check 2. Half. 1, 1, 2. Media. Okay. Check 2. Half. 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 Hey.
其实新加坡现在有他就是说要他们的这个把他的手续去掉，所以他不可以让说来了。因为那个他的那个他的这个他要去掉。
1, 2, half. Hey. Half. Check. 1, 1, 1, 2. Bar. Hey. Check. 1, 1, 2, 2. Half. Hey. 1. 1, 1, 2. Half. Hey. Half.
我那边是不讲啊，没有是没有，我们说没有杨当时那是那个，他只在要靠那个个人去做见证，人还有这里全都不知道，人他们不要不。下面吗？哎，那时候他竟然他还没有学这个事情，要不还要往这里他对地基本的很讲。哎，那时候他被地基本开这个。那时候他们这个王一川他之后还没有被提名的，他马上把这样的，这是阿伯讲啦。没有了，怎么说？外面谣传啊。因为OK， 2011是有的方是这个因为他进来之后，我相信很多都是脑里面就想到各个圈的信息，每个月只有我，你就要做各个事情，你这个有吗？能不能这一个都进来呢？每个就来，我们有人在说很多意思，攞落影新年攞啦嘛，而家公新年攞啦嘛，目標。我俾咪走啊，而家走。你看我準啊，我没有，他的百利不走，他的百利不走，我跟你讲，他就算到40多，他不会要下出来，一个给你50米，Hello。 没有，因为他如果你讲的，如果你说修某一个会修230度修的话，就没有。人你还有MacPherson的关系。可以，你看，你是 SMC 吗？没有，因为他们一个错误就是把它因为他们知道，他们以为他用很多的东西可以压住啊，可以压住没钱，然后他们没有胜算，他把Discern递出去，可是Discern都会赢嘞，他们讲，不一定。他们一样嘛，用GE2015跟理想。他也讲也说错话了。Any. I just want to message you lah. Every day.哦，这我看了。我妈一直讲啊。因为他们现在不该讲，因为他们要拉票。大学之后现在看软语的。
哎，他们的，哎。
让我。
Well, last year I got 3 D&D, so let me do this. No, I use the I thought I already careful there. But that's why we learn control. I heard my friend, she learned from her,
Yeah, got the ice cream man also, right? Okay. So you going to that? Going through the school year you now. Then you go through all the way to behind and come on the field. Okay. Alright. Bye.
I understand. Because medieval, I know what you mean. If you are sitting down, I also sitting down. I know already what for. You take
Hey, check 1, 2, how? Terus sikit. How? 1, 2. Hey, how? Check 2. Hey, 1, 2. One, two, ha. Hey. 1, 1, 1, 2. 离开。1 2
1
Hey, check 1, 1, 2. Half. 3, 2, 1. Check. Hey. 4, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. Half. Half. Check 1, 2. Half. Hey, hey, ha. Hey. One, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Hey, ha, 2, 5, 4, 6, ha, hey, ha, ba.
Video, Mr. I said it okay here, no? On the video, one more time.
Check 1, 2, 3, ha, ha, hey. 1, 2, 3, ha. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Okay, check. Is it okay for you? Hi. Hi. I don't know. Check 1, 2. Ha. Hey. Ha. Hey. 1, 2. Hey. Ha.
Okay, just for your what number? What number? Check for you the number. Color. Yellow, number 4.
Today connection good so far.
Hey, check 2. 1, 2. Hey, ha. Check 2. 1, 2.
Okay.
Media. Hey, check 1, 2. Ha. Hey, ha. Okay, check. 2, 1, 5, 4. Hello. 5, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey. Up. Hey. Half. Check 1, 2. Half. Hey. Check 2.
Oh, the thing you better find the cable. The cable is the serial number. Oh, okay.
Check 2. Half. 1, 2. Half. Hey. Half. Check. Backing. Check 1, 2. How?
The mic cannot put. You say on top cannot put mic. You can put here. You can put here. Cannot put there. When you put there, put the line in. Line in okay. They can adjust the line in. Everything okay. Then only you outside. Maybe say the wire go inside. You know for you.
You ask me what? Hey.
1, 2, test. One, two. One.
Now, need a couple of minutes. 500.
One, two, hey,
One, two,
Yeah.
One, two, hey, check two, 1, 2,
Come on, let's go. Itu, after this start.
Hey, a very good evening to all the viewers of Happy TV. This is day 6 of the general election rallies, and I'm right here at the Workers' Party rally here at UB Avenue 1. You can see that the crowd is actually swelling up, and it has been like this since 6 p.m., which is an hour before the start of the rally itself. So we will be hearing from the Workers' Party candidates later, and the party has fielded a total of 28 candidates for this year's general elections, which is more than what they have fielded in for the general elections in 2011. So they will be contesting in 5 different GRCs as well as 5 SMCs, and we have already seen the arrival of certain party candidates such as NCMP Gerald Giam as well as Mr. Chen Xiaomao, who is the MP for the Aljunied GRC. So right now, we'll be expecting them to be speaking later at the rally, but we are still waiting, and we'll be expecting more people to stream into this place as the night goes by. And this is the 6th rally that Workers' Party has for this general elections, and they have been holding a rally for every night since the start of the campaigning period. So please stay tuned with us as we continue to report live right here at UB Avenue 1 for the Workers' Party rally.
真係一環啲人數能嘅嘛，因為閉沙我哋話唔係閉沙我零蚊定幾杯嚟？好啦，我零蚊，我零蚊食我啦，變升得嘛？其實得唔係點解鬥人得？我哋翻大咪打到慢慢好啦，他還綁個條，他綁我會啲嘢嘛，我最知啊。我講過嚟，
Dear Singaporeans, supporters of the Workers' Party, voters of Marine Parade GRC, and voters of MacPherson SMC, good evening. My name is Ron. I'm your MC for tonight's rally. 新加坡的同胞们，马林百列区还有麦博山区的选民，大家晚上好。我是陈俊元，我是今晚工人党的群众大会的司仪。Our first speaker of tonight is a candidate from Nisun GRC, Mr. Liu Ko. 我们今晚第一位演讲者是宜顺集选区的许忠义先生，谢谢。
Good evening, fellow Singaporeans. My name is Liu Ko. I hope to serve you in Parliament and the community of Nisun. Tonight, I am talking about something that is close to our hearts, your hearts and mine too. Our CPF money. The retirement age is set to be raised from 65 to 67 by 2017.
70 later lah.
The workers passed earlier at age 60. This will provide reassurance to our seniors and help those who have genuine needs. The Workers' Party also proposes that the CPF payout eligibility age should not be linked to the retirement age and the re-employment age. For those who prefer to earn the extra interest, they can still continue to keep their savings in the CPF account and have a higher payout at a later withdrawal date. There should be inflation protection for CPF life payouts. We are talking about choices because we are all different and have different needs and preferences. Singaporeans are hardworking, and most of us are very good at saving money. We also know we need to save for our future needs. We should trust that Singaporeans can make informed choices of their own for their CPF savings. The Workers' Party also proposes more transparency on the investment returns of our CPF monies. We know that CPF monies are used by GIC for investment purposes. We entrusted our CPF to GIC to invest for Singapore and for each of us. The government should regain our trust and be open about how our CPF money is being invested and how much has been made from investments using our CPF money. We are not asking for the full returns on GIC investments for our CPF money. We are asking for a fairer share of the returns for Singaporeans, especially in the years of high returns. The Workers' Party has proposed that the difference between the investment returns of GIC and the net interest payable on CPF balances be reported to CPF members. The government could return at least a third of the difference to CPF members' special accounts as special dividends to enhance retirement adequacy when the difference crosses a predetermined threshold in years of high return. Dear voters, at the end of the day, I encourage you to compare the manifestos of the different parties, scrutinize the Workers' Party's proposals, and decide for yourself which party's vision will best benefit the future of your loved ones. Come Friday, I hope you will vote for the Workers' Party to empower your future.
Our next speaker for tonight is a candidate for Sengkang West, Mr. Ko Chunyong. 我们下一位演讲者是盛港西的候选人许俊荣先生。
各位朋友们，工人党的支持者，马林百列集选区的选民，还有麦波森的选民们，大家晚上好。我姓许，许俊荣，是工人党盛港西的候选人。今天很荣幸的站在这里跟大家演讲。李显龙总理在8月29日宣布行动党竞选政纲和口号时，呼吁选民慎重对待大选，确保新加坡的未来得到保障。今天我们就谈谈保障吧。对许多人来说，保障有一个非常实际和切身的意思，就是每个月的收入足以支付每个月的开销。如果有多余的钱可以储蓄起来，以后老了不能工作了，就要靠那一点点的储蓄来过活。但是新加坡现在什么东西都贵了，一碗鱼圆面要3、4块，一盘河粉要6、7块， 但是我们很多人的收入都还停留在10多年前的水平啊。为了应付开销，新加坡的双薪家庭越来越多，少了一份薪水就不够用了。但是不是每个家庭夫妻俩都能上班的，有时候因为家里的小孩没人看管，有时候因为年迈的父母需要照顾，或是因为种种其他的原因，家里的一位成员必须留在家里，而那另外一位就只能一个人在外面打拼，咬起牙根成为家里唯一的经济支柱，支撑其养家的重担。无论是低薪的劳动阶级，或是高薪的白领专业人士，在今天的新加坡，随时面临着工作消失、被裁退的可能。人力部在今年4月发布了一个2014年的报告，去年新加坡被裁退的人数已经超过了7000多个人，其中有2/3是专业人士、经理、执行人员和技师，简称 PMET， 当中有70%失业的新加坡人超过30-40岁，受过高等教育。不管是双薪家庭，还是只有一位成员在撑起一家的，一旦失去了工作，就什么收入都没有，这是保障吗？我本身也是家里唯一的经济支柱，虽然才42岁，但也常常为自己的就业和以后的退休保障担忧。工人党在我们的党纲里提出了几个保障我们生活的方案，今天我要和大家分享。首先，我要谈一谈我们党纲中建议的一个很特别的建议——就业保障基金。我们建议成立一个基金，能够在员工失业时起了保险的作用，给工人一个保障。每个员工每个月和老板一起拿出0.18千的薪水放进基金，万一被裁员下来6个月里面，可以从基金里领取补贴，数目相等于以前薪水的48%。这很多数目，让我以一个例子来给大家说明。我们2014年每个月薪水的中位数是3700块，那就是说一般上大家的薪水可能是在中位数在那边3700块，每个月和老板一人一半拿出来的就是0.108千，是4块钱放进基金里面，一年总共还不到50块。这50块别小看它，一旦失业的话，下来的6个月，每个月都可以拿到1480块。数目虽然不多，但是在最需要的时候，一家大小靠你开饭，这个计划可以帮人一把，使家庭经济不至于陷入困境。6个月的时间可以安心用来找工作，如果是因为自己的技能过了时而失业，也可以趁这个时候进修，提升自己的技能，才可以更容易的找到另一份工作。这个计划让你有保障，让你的家人有保障。养儿防老是每个人都想的，而且不只是华人才会说，无论是我们马来同胞、印度同胞，只要是亚洲人就会有这种观念。辛辛苦苦养大了孩子，在老年的时候希望可以依靠孩子，这是很正常的事情啊。但是现在的社会，孩子大了，孩子有他自己的负担，他能搞定自己的问题已经很不容易了，要养儿防老，在新加坡相信是非常非常少数的人才做得到。那养儿不能防老，那就得靠自己了。要靠自己，就要增强退休保障。在新加坡，除非有条件为自己的退休早早就做出策划，不然一般人就得靠自己之前的一些储蓄和公积金。这公积金的政策啊，改了又改，改了又改，很多很多的细节，就算是受过高等教育的人们都会看得一个头两个大。 党的严建松在今年的财政预算案辩论中，建议当局加传宣传工作，安排每名公积金会员在快满55岁之前，与公积金人员做1对1的面谈，让他们加深对公积金计划的了解。这么一来，有多一层了解，才能更好地为自己的未来做出决定。我们的政纲也提出了，将公积金每个月可以领取的入息，从现在的65岁提前到60岁。现在的政策到了55岁，根据条规可以提出一笔钱之后，大家都得等到65岁才可以每个月领取公积金每月入息。现在法定退休年龄是62岁，万一员工在满62岁之后没有再重新被雇佣的话，那就要应付62到65这3年的生活开销。所以，为了让公积金会员有更大的保障，我们建议将领取公积金每月入息的岁数提前到60岁，但同时让人们根据自己的需要，选择是要在60岁开始领取，还是延后领取来赚取更高的利息。为了协助低收入或没有太多积蓄的年长国人安心养老，政府设立了乐龄补贴计划，每3个月发放300到750块现金给年龄在65岁以上的低收入年长者。但是物价年年都起，现在的300到750块，几年后还能买到什么？所以我们建议，为了给乐龄补贴的受益者有一定的保障，应该在政府每一届任期开始时，根据通货膨胀率来调整。通货膨胀涨了，那300到750块也该涨了。每3个月才发放现金补贴，但生活开销是每天的花费。对没有收入或低收入的长者，3个月是远水救不了近火的。所以我们建议改为每个月发放现金。除了刚才说的几点，我们的党纲里还列出了许多建议，来改进我们的政策，来强化我们的经济保障。能不能保障新加坡的未来，靠的不是行动党的兴衰，新加坡的未来把握在你们新加坡们选民的手中。这个星期五，请大家掌握手中一票的权利，把握你所要的未来，掌握民权，把握未来。谢谢。
我们今晚的下位演讲者是来自义顺集选区的候选人罗秀文小姐。Our next speaker for tonight is a candidate from Yisun GRC, Miss Cheryl Low.
大家晚上好。我是罗秀文，我是义顺的集选区的候选人。this here. Good evening, voters of Marine Parade GRC, MacPherson SMC, my fellow Singaporeans and friends. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. By voting for the Workers' Party in the last elections, you sent a signal to the PAP government that we need a strong opposition party in Parliament. We are here again this general elections to continue serving you and Singapore. Salam sejahtera para penduduk Marine Parade dan MacPherson. Para penyokong Parti Pekerja, rakyat tanah air tercinta ini, dan kawan-kawan sekalian. Ribuan terima kasih kerana meluangkan masa untuk bersama kami pada malam ini. Kehadiran tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian amat berarti buat kami kerana tanpa para hadirin sekalian, maka tiadalah Parti Pekerja. Saya Cheryl Low bersama teman-teman sepasukan saya akan bertanding untuk GRC Yisun dalam pilihan raya kali ini. Saya berasa bertuah kerana berpeluang menjadi sebahagian daripada parti pekerja. Malah, saya sungguh berbesar hati kerana dapat berucap pada malam ini dan diberikan peluang berkhidmat kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Terima kasih. Let's now briefly recollect the main aim of what the general elections is all about. As what Mr. Lim Swee Say had said in Parliament in 2011, which I agree completely. So don't say the opposition always opposes whatever the government says. And I quote, he said, "Let's not be politicians worrying about votes. Let's be political leaders worrying about the future of Singapore." Now, that is exactly it. The Workers' Party is concerned about the future of Singapore for Singaporeans and want to ensure of its sustainable progress in the years ahead. So tonight, I would like to talk about the importance of education. Because to have a sustainable Singapore future, we will have to have a solid foundation. And I strongly believe that the start point would be from having a good education. I was raised by my relatives. My relatives are very hardworking people. They are ordinary Singaporeans like you and like me. They work hard to provide a living for themselves and their families. They are not people given to complaining. Yet, while growing up, I frequently hear them lamenting about how hard it is to get by, and that everything is so expensive in Singapore. As I began to help out with the Workers' Party at the Meet the People sessions or house visits, I came into contact with more of such people struggling to make ends meet. And I began to see how this perpetuates the poverty cycle in some families. All of us have dreams and aspirations. And education is the bedrock in giving young Singaporeans the ability to pursue those dreams. This is why education is often said to be the great leveler. Sadly, this is not the case in Singapore today. We are often told that every school is a good school. If this is true, why do some parents resort to buying a house close to certain schools then? There is a difference, and we all know that. Recently, a school principal talked about his concern the school he was in charge of was becoming too elitist. The perception on the ground is that the elite schools have more resources and programs for their students. These schools usually charge higher fees, enjoy greater economies of scale, and can tap on wealthy alumni. As a result, these schools are able to offer a better learning environment, provide more varied sports and enrichment programs, thus producing more well-rounded students. To name a few differences, some of these schools have campuses a few times the size of the average neighborhood school. Some have air-conditioned classrooms. They can have yearly learning trips to far-flung countries such as Europe or the US. They have direct schools admissions to attract top sporting talents where they dominate national competitions. Is this considered a consistency of treatment for all schools? To help narrow this quality gap in schools, the Workers' Party proposes that we should close the gap in disposable funds between neighborhood and elite schools. Neighborhood schools should receive additional government funds in order to ensure that all schools are adequately funded to become good schools. Due to the quality gap in schools, competition for primary one places at what are perceived to be good schools are getting more intense. Balloting for places are now required at earlier phases every year. The competition doesn't end with getting into a school. The current education system is built around high-stakes examinations such as the PSLE. So many students end up going for extra tuition just to keep up, and for some, to stay ahead. High-stakes examinations does not just take an emotional toll on students, but also has a financial impact on families. The household expenditure survey in November last year found that families spend 1.1 billion a year on tuition. This is almost double the 650 million spent 10 years ago. The survey noted even students in the gifted program are going for tuition. However, in 2013, Senior Minister for State of Education, Indranee Rajah, said in a parliamentary reply that Singapore's education system is run on the basis that tuition is not necessary. She further stated that there was no concern that students from low-income families might be unable to afford tuition, and there were no issues with social mobility as long as the students could still pass examinations without tuition. But as long as the competition for places are based on relative performance, weaker students from less privileged background will lose out, even if they somehow manage to pass the exams on their own effort. Ms. Indranee Rajah also said in 2013 that the Ministry of Education will look into studying the impact of private tuition. We have not seen the study. Mr. Peng En Huat reiterated the call for a nationwide study on the tuition culture to be done in March this year. In the face of growing demand for tuition, is this a level playing field for students who do not have the financial means or the family support? Who can these students turn to if they do not have parents who are educated who can help them with their schoolwork? While self-help groups such as the CDAC, Mendaki or CINDA do provide free tuition for children from low-income families, there are only that many students that they can take for tuition. There are still many other students from the underprivileged backgrounds who may fall through the cracks. To address this problem, the Workers' Party proposes that these self-help groups pool all their resources together and be housed under multicultural help centers in each town. This will facilitate more effective efforts to provide help and educational support to all underprivileged children in the town, regardless of race. So let's work together to narrow the school inequality gap and safeguard that our children receive the best education we can offer them. Let's leave no children behind, as every child is precious to Singapore. We believe that progress for Singapore will come from constructive debate and a diversity of views. We believe that nobody has all the answers, and certainly there is no magic formula. We believe that when we are politically balanced in Parliament, only then can we be assured that the voices of everyday Singaporeans are heard. Together, let's create a sustainable Singapore. Vote for the Workers' Party. Empower your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. The next speaker is a candidate from Discern GRC. 下一位演讲者是义顺集选区的候选人 ，Mr. Ron Tan Jun Yen 陈俊彦先生。
Fellow Singaporeans, supporters of the Workers' Party, voters of Marine Parade GRC, and MacPherson SMC, good evening. My name is Ron Tan, and I'm a candidate for Discern GRC. 各位同胞，各位公民党的支持者，晚上好。我是陈俊元，是义顺集选区的其中一位候选人。不久前，我宣布参选时，有位记者朋友问我名字每一个字的含义。也许他以为我英文的口音，认为我不能用中文沟通。陈是尔东陈，俊是英俊的俊，元是状元的元。我可以自豪地告诉大家，我能使用中文。我学习中文的历程比较不容易，因为在1996年刚完成小学4年级的我， 到外国念书了，在家里我们依然努力使用华语。妈妈也要求我们每个礼拜用中文写作文章，然后用传真机发给她。那时候没有电脑，没有 internet 啊，然后由她给我批改。这些作文现在应该还存在家里。我很感谢父母这样培育我，虽然学习不易，但我成就了我的语言能力。我的祖先来自福建，祖父、曾祖父健在时教过我一点，与亲戚对话也要接触，所以我对福建方言也不陌生。在我小时候都是他们教我讲福建话的。我最记得他们在还没过世之前，因为老花眼看不到万字票，所以他们就不厌其烦的一个数字一个数字的教我用福建话来念，逃标鬼火啦啊！再加上家里的亲戚朋友们都是习惯用福建话交谈，所以我现在到社区工作时，跟区里的年长一辈还能用福建话交谈。所以大家加爸爸，加阿伯，阿伯当对啊，我嘛是阿伯。我的未婚妻有澳语、有粤语背景，为了将来能琴瑟和鸣，我努力的学习广东话，目前勉强为之，还会继续努力。識聽唔識講啊！Di sekolah menengah, saya belajar bahasa Indonesia. Saya diberi pilihan untuk belajar bahasa Indonesia atau bahasa Perancis. Tetapi saya memilih untuk belajar bahasa Indonesia karena ia bahasa yang terdekat dengan bahasa rasmi Singapura, yakni bahasa Melayu. Bagi saya, mempelajari bahasa Indonesia adalah sesuatu yang amat penting kerana saya tahu yang saya akan pulang ke Singapura selepas pengajian saya dan saya ingin berkomunikasi dengan rakan-rakan Melayu saya. Sekarang saya boleh bertutur sedikit sebanyak dalam bahasa Melayu dengan para penduduk apabila saya membuat lawatan rumah ke rumah. 站在这台上，我是一个以新加坡为荣的国民。我国语言种族多样，这是新加坡文化闪烁全球的光芒。也许你们会问，这有什么了不起？但是我个人觉得，能够与民众好好的沟通，对我们这些有意志为人民代表的候选人是非常重要的。如果我们两边一只鸡一只鸭，讲都讲不通，听不懂，那我们怎么能为人民发声呢？我们的语言之所以重要，在于它是我们的家，新加坡的核心。我想跟大家分享我在社区工作时亲身体会到好的沟通是有多重要的。我也终于明白为什么我们的长辈那么重视方言。大约2年前，在后港的一个社区活动上，有位老婆婆过来跟我要了一个紫色的气球。我记得当时她是用福建话来跟我交代的。我吹好了气球给了这位婆婆，但没多久她就拖着一个哭哭啼啼的小妹妹走过来要退货。小妹妹用英文跟我说，她要的是红色的气球，婆婆却听不懂英文，弄错了颜色。小妹妹是婆婆的孙女，只懂英文，其他语言都不会，更别说福建话了。在这次竞选期间，有好多的居民都向我们工人党的团队代表了他们的心声，他们的需求。这些都是我们的同胞，他们有些能说点中文或英文，但更多是用他们的母语，要么就马来语，要么就淡米尔语，或者是广东话、潮州话，更多听到的是福建话了。无论是哪一种语言，我们都细心的听，尽心的做。沟通是传情达意的关键。我们的感情， 需要正面的、负面的，百姓紧张的，我们不一定每一个诉求都办得好，但工人党对每一个来跟我们见面的民众，我们都会好好的跟他们沟通，尽可能了解他们的苦恼，到最后可能事情没有办法解决，但居民们还是会对我们说声谢谢，因为我们听到了，也听懂了。有时重要的不是我们能帮他们做些什么，有时候居民们只是有人的好好听他们说些什么。交谈、聊天、见面，就是为了把他们心里的话向对方说一下。但是当我在自己的国家讲的话，连我的长辈也听不懂，诉的苦我们的政府也听不到，我们还在沟通吗？我们是不是已经是鸡同鸭讲？你说你的，他继续做他的。家陌生而不熟悉，不能为家。我今天不是想说外劳流入的问题，我想说的是，我们不能惜任何代价，一味发展经济，罔顾我们的文化遗产，直到家园越来越陌生的问题。新加坡的核心变成黯然的灰色。有人说生活逼人，这是无可奈何的，诚然，但我们不能忽视这个方针长期维持所带来的沉重代价，尤其是对于新加坡的核心代价关和我们对自己家园的认同。国家图书馆、咖啡山、自然保护区，各都充满了我们举起回忆的珍贵文化遗产，都是溢出区。社区里的小店都是邻里大家熟悉的，相继交换信息的好地方，他们是联络各方感情的输入，成为我们生活中的宝贵的一部分。新加坡的核心和新加坡认同不是存在设无的空间的，我们的生活空间，无论是庙宇、教堂还是游乐场、休闲区，都是我们建立人与人之间的感情，共同创造生活回忆的地方，使我们有了集体意志，有意识，有了心目中热爱的国土，老地方被重建取代，在一起的邻里街坊被冲散，我们的扎根如何？政治为我们提供方向，但大家同心同德，一起努力。世上没有完美的政策，但却影响了每一位国人。政策的施行要不断的听取民意，把握民心，才能随机须定，以期良效。我们的声音是我们唯一的力量，让政府知道怎么策划才对国人最有益。国会里多一些工人党的成员，有助于我们把声音带入国会，让政府听到我们的心声。9月11日，请大家不要恐惧，充分行使我们掌握的民权，把握我们的未来。请投工人党一票，把握民权，把握未来。谢谢。
Thank you, Ron Tan Jun Yen。下一位演讲者是东海岸集选区的候选人。The next speaker is a candidate from East Coast GRC. 严彦松 Mr. Gerald Giam.
Fellow Singaporeans and voters of Marine Parade GRC and MacPherson SMC, good evening. 各位新加坡的同胞们，晚上好。Saudara-saudara sekalian. Selamat, salam sejahtera. During the press conference a week and a half ago, when we launched our manifesto, one reporter asked me why we left out a line that was in our 2011 manifesto, which said that, quote, WP's long-term aim is to form the government, but that while in opposition, we will call the government to account at the national level. I replied that this goal is still relevant, but that for this election, we are not campaigning to form the government. Instead, for this election, we want to empower your future by entrenching a credible opposition presence in Parliament. Some people may be concerned about the scare tactics used by the PAP. They say that we are seeking to form the government in a not too distant future, and that if we win many constituencies combined with other opposition parties, then Singapore is sunk. Let me clarify some misconceptions about how a government is formed. First, in our Westminster parliamentary system, which is what Singapore follows, a government can be formed only by the party or coalition that wins the most seats in Parliament, but not necessarily a majority. This means that even if the PAP does not win more than half the seats in Parliament, they can still form the government. This is similar to what happened in the 2011 presidential election. Dr. Tony Tan won only 35.2% of the popular vote, but he still became president because the next best performing candidate, Dr. Tan Seng Hock, won 34.9% of the vote. Second, the Workers' Party is fielding only 28 candidates for this election versus the PAP's 89 candidates. Even if we were to win all the constituencies we are contesting, we would still have only 31% of the seats. This is hardly enough to form the government unless the PAP wins fewer than 28 seats, which is virtually impossible. Third, we have currently no plans to go into coalition with other opposition parties. We couldn't even avoid three-cornered fights in all constituencies. Fourth, we will only campaign to form the government when we feel confident of governing the entire country and ensuring Singapore's continued prosperity and success. This is the responsible thing to do. So until you hear us say, vote for us to form the next government, don't believe our opponents who say that we have hidden agendas and motives and plans. We don't. What you see is what you get. Fifth, and I think this is the most important point, we do not see Singaporean voters the same way as the PAP does. To them, voters are gullible and will vote for any party that makes wild promises of giveaways that will drain the reserves. I have a lot more faith in our voters. And I'm not saying this just to please you. I'm saying this after seeing the election results of past elections and by-elections, as well as talking to many residents during house visits, both educated and less educated, young and old. They all want to have a good government, and they all know what makes a good government. There is no such thing as a freak election result, because any election result in a free and fair election will reflect the will of the people. So I urge you to vote all our candidates into Parliament on September 11th. You can be sure the sun will still rise on September 12th, and not just because the rooster crows. Allow me to move on to share with you more policy proposals that the Workers' Party hopes to push for in Parliament if we are elected as your representatives. Today I want to talk about healthcare, an issue that is close to the heart of many Singaporeans. Healthcare was one of the most frequent issues I brought up in Parliament over the past 4 years. I proposed many ways to enhance the healthcare system and reduce the financial burden on patients and their families. I ask the government to subsidize MediShield premiums of vulnerable families, reduce out-of-pocket payments for treatment, and eliminate the hassle of means testing. I also call for more systems to be put in place to encourage healthcare providers, including GPs, hospitals, and long-term care providers, to cooperate and share patient information with each other in order to make more accurate diagnosis and provide better care. I said that healthcare providers should be paid based on outcomes, not simply on the volume of patients they see. This could lead to healthier patients and lower costs for both patients and the healthcare system. There is a lot of work to do to improve our healthcare system. One of the areas we want to look more into in the next session of Parliament is primary care. After talking to GPs in the public and private sector, as well as patients, we learned that some of the largest outpatient expenses are for the management of chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and stroke. Also, health screening is very important in detecting complications before they arise. However, the take-up rate of health screening programs is still quite low now. We want to push for more government subsidies and the use of MediSave for the treatment of chronic diseases and health screening. This will not only reduce the financial burden on patients, but it will encourage them to seek timely treatment before their conditions worsen. Because when that happens, patients will not only have to go through much more pain and discomfort, but it will cost them and the health system much more. At the same time, we want to make health literacy a public health goal. Many patients here are not as health literate as in many other developed countries. We tend to leave it to the doctors to tell us what to do. We want to equip and empower Singaporeans to take greater ownership of their health. We can do this through more engaging programs to reach out to citizens, and through more frequent health screenings and consultations with the same family doctor. We have many more proposals to enhance the healthcare system that we want to be able to push for. But we need your help to first send enough of us into Parliament so that we can advance your interests in healthcare and many other areas. Yay! Residents of Marine Parade, one team I believe can make a great contribution in Parliament is our team here in Marine Parade. I've worked closely with Ee Jen Jong over the last 4 years as we were NCMPs in Parliament. He is a very dedicated MP who raised many issues on education, childcare, and SMEs. I know he will continue to press the government on important issues if given the opportunity to be your MP. I worked with Her Ting Ru on many healthcare policies over the last few years. She has a great mind to analyze policies and a big heart for people. Firuz Khan worked the ground with me on countless house visits, and he knows your concerns well. Terence Tan is a great guy to be around, and he brings great deep legal expertise to the table. And last but not least, I'm confident that Dylan Ng's banking and financial experience will be a great asset to the team. Please vote for our team in Marine Parade, vote for the Workers' Party, and empower your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. 下位演讲者是我们马林百列集选区的候选人。Next speaker is a candidate from Marine Parade GRC, 贝鲁兹 Firuz Khan.
Good evening, my fellow Singaporeans. Thank you for coming in such large numbers to support us. 大家晚上好。大家好。My name is Firuz Khan, and I'm your candidate for Marine Parade GRC. Allow me to share with you more about myself. I had the privilege of being the principal of Pertapis Children's Home some years ago. For a period of 2 years, some of you here may not have heard of Pertapis Children's Home. It is a charity that serves the community through the provision of welfare and education services, and also had a social enterprise arm. In the course of that work of mine, I was interviewed by a local newspaper. The newspaper called me a self-proclaimed social activist. Well, championing the cause of the underprivileged was a daily endeavor in my 2 years as principal of Pertapis Children's Home. Social activism is definitely something very close to my heart, as I believe one must do their part to make society better, especially those that are more vulnerable. Voters of Marine Parade GRC, I was surprised when I took over the administration. There were about 20 children that were illiterate. Quickly I made contact with MCYS at the time and MOE to discuss ways of how to get these children back to education. At the local level, I mobilized some of my staff to make contact with local schools. We negotiated with principals and requested to get these children into their enrollment. The principal was afraid by taking these children that may affect their school ranking. One of the school principals I can never forget is Mr. Che Keng Wah of Serangoon Garden South Primary School. Mr. Che has never said no to us. If you are out there, Mr. Che, I would like you to know I'm very grateful to what you have done. That experience has also exposed me to many challenges facing those that have fallen through the cracks in society. I also have the privilege of doing various things in my life. I started my career in the banking sector, managed Pertapis Children's Home in response to a call by a friend to help. And I'm now an entrepreneur. After re-establishing Pertapis Children's Home, I went to work for Royce Confectionery. When Royce was first forayed outside Japan in 2002, I joined them as a general manager and as employee number 1 in Singapore. I had the chance to help them set up their first international division outside of Japan. I went on to manage Royce locally and help their regional expansion for 5 years. It was in Royce that I learned some valuable lessons which have shaped my opinions about believing in hiring and grooming locals for the job. Voters of Marine Parade GRC, as a general manager, I played a gatekeeper role in choosing the people I hire. When advertising, especially online, we got many applicants from abroad. Many even seem overqualified, at least on paper, based on their qualifications they submitted. My job was to ensure the company gets good workers that will likely commit to staying with the company. After my screening, we ended up with over 95% of Singaporeans working at Royce at the time. We developed a program to train them and provided career progression. With such a strong Singapore core, we grew the business more than 20 times the size in the span of 5 years that I was there. And I'm proud of it. Even today, 8 years after I had left the company, about 80% of the Royce's staff that I recruited are still working for the same company, with some in management positions. My experience at Royce has led me to believe that Singapore can and should focus deeply on developing its local core, to believe in ourselves and to empower our people to prove themselves. Do you agree? In 2008, I went with my family to Wales in UK. I had already accumulated knowledge about chocolate business and was itching to be an entrepreneur. In 2009, I opened a confectionery business in the UK. Even in UK, my heart was for Singapore. We developed spice for the Asian chocolate. It combined my passion for chocolate and my love of the herbs and spices that flavor Asian cooking. In a way, this is a picture of how we can bring out of the best of who we are, a diverse society with a mix of people of different races and backgrounds, and when combined in a harmonious way, we can become winners internationally. In the UK, I respect the local employment regulations. My business in Wales currently employs 100% locals. I had learned to adjust my style and work with locals in the area. I have learned that foreign companies can go to a place, employ the locals there, and still be successful. Voters of Marine Parade GRC, why am I telling you all of this? In my walkabouts and in helping at Meet the People sessions, I have met many discouraged Singaporeans who have lost their jobs or stopped dreaming. I have met Singaporeans who tell me they have so many qualifications and no job. I want to say to you that I was born at home in Jalan Al-Sagaf and grew up in Hague Road, part of Geylang Serai. I went through huge transformation from living in a kampung to a high-rise HDB flat. I have learned that one can dream big and make it too. In our country's pursuit of economic growth at all costs, I believe we have looked too much at digits. We need to bring back the confidence in our people and let them aspire. We need to bring back the confidence in our people. One of the ways in which we plan to do this is by introducing the Employment Security Fund mentioned by one of my colleagues, Daniel Goh, a few days ago. I would like to share this Chinese saying, Chui Pa Chui, Shan Tian Pa Di Chui. So if you want to empower your future, please vote for my team and myself. Empower your future. Vote for the Workers' Party. Please allow me to speak a few words in Malay. Assalamualaikum para hadirin sekalian. Selamat malam rakan-rakan senegara warga Singapura. Terima kasih kerana datang beramai-ramai dalam jumlah yang besar untuk menyokong kami. Nama saya Firuz Khan dan saya adalah calon anda untuk GRC Marine Parade. Di sini saya akan berfungsi dengan anda lebih lanjut mengenai diri saya. Saya telah diberi peluang untuk menjadi pengetua rumah kanak-kanak petapis beberapa tahun yang lalu untuk tempoh 2 tahun. Aktivisme sosial adalah sesuatu yang sangat dekat di hati saya kerana saya percaya seseorang itu perlu memainkan peranan untuk menjadikan masyarakat lebih baik, terutamanya bagi mereka yang lebih terdedah dengan anasir-anasir yang kurang sihat. Pengalaman itu juga telah mendedahkan saya kepada cabaran-cabaran yang dihadapi oleh orang-orang yang kurang bernasib baik. Saya berpeluang untuk melakukan pelbagai perkara dalam kehidupan saya. Saya memulakan kerjaya dalam sektor perbankan, setelah itu berjaya pula menguatmukuhkan rumah tumpangan kanak-kanak petapis. Petapis bagi menyaut cabaran dari seorang teman dan kini seorang usahawan. Setelah memperkukuhkan rumah tumpangan kanak-kanak petapis, saya memulakan kerjaya sebagai pengurus besar syarikat Chocolate Royce apabila mereka keluar dari Jepun buat pertama kali dalam tahun 2002. Pengalaman saya di Royce telah memperkukuhkan pendapat bahawa Singapura boleh dan perlu memberi tumpuan mendalam terhadap pembangunan trust, tempatan, sifat percaya pada diri sendiri dan memberi peluang kepada orang-orang kita membuktikan kebolehan mereka. Pada tahun 2008, saya berhijrah ke UK bersama keluarga. Dengan pengalaman dan pengetahuan saya tentang bisnes coklat, saya dapat gabungkan kemahiran perniagaan bersama kegairahan terhadap coklat. Saya menjadi usahawan coklat apabila membuka sebuah kilang di Cardiff. Para pengundi di GRC merimprit. Kenapa saya memberitahu anda semua ini? Dalam tinjauan mesra saya dan pada sesi bertemu penduduk, saya telah bertemu dengan ramai rakyat Singapura yang tawar hati kerana telah kehilangan pekerjaan mereka, lalu hilang semua cita-cita dan impian mencapai kehidupan yang lebih baik. Saya telah bertemu dengan rakyat Singapura yang memberitahu saya bahawa mereka mempunyai begitu banyak kelayakan tetapi masih tidak dapat pekerjaan. Saya ingin mengatakan kepada anda semua bahawa saya dilahirkan di Jalan Al-Sagaf dan dibesarkan di Hague Road sebahagian daripada Geylang Serai. Saya percaya bahawa seseorang boleh mempunyai impian yang besar dan ia boleh direalisasikan. Before I leave, I would like to share with you 3 things or 3 C's about me. It's children, chocolate and choice. Jika anda mahu memperkukuhkan masa depan anda, sila undi Parti Pekerja. Memperkasakan masa depan anda. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Firuz. Next up is also a candidate for Marine Parade GRC. 下一位演讲者也是马林百列集选区的候选人黄富荣 Ilan Fu Eng。
工人党的支持者，大哥大姐，晚上好。小弟黄富荣，我和领队于正中、队友陈立正、何庭如和 Firuz 已经如火如荼，尽我们一切的力量出战马林百列聚选区。这次的大选，每个集选区和单选区都有反对党参选，是新加坡民主的进步，也是新加坡人的骄傲。这50年来，一党独大的政治是不能有效的听取人民的心声，不可能永久。一党独大的国会是为党做事，不是为人民服务。我呼吁新加坡政府在拟定政策时，以百姓生活起居的出发点，而不是以宏观经济的出发点来拟定政策。这一届的大选，工人党已经做好准备，万事俱备，只缺东风。东风就是你们手中神圣的一票。我恳求，谢谢。我恳求大家支持工人党，在新加坡东部、北部打造一片蓝天，打破人民心中党的垄断。Good evening, Workers' Party supporter, fellow Singaporeans and friends. My name is Dylan Ng Fu Eng, candidate for Marine Parade GRC. Tonight, I will talk about our identity. Our identity as a Singaporean core. Singaporean core are Singaporeans who grew up in Singapore and with Singapore. We have come a long way in the nation building 50 years long. Our identity was crystallized, fought through the tough time the nation has to go through rather. Through this, Singaporeans seems to be able to identify one another, be it from the way we talk, from the way we behave, or even from the way we walk. We sang Majula Singapura and we recited our national pledge with patriotism as we celebrate the year of Jubilee. Come SG 100, I will be 90 years old. I hope the level of patriotism will not diminish. In fact, it should be taken to the next level. But why am I saying all this? In just 2 years, from year 2012 to 2014, we have admitted 110,000 foreigners into this country. This is the population size of 2/3 of Marine Parade GRC. So in short, if you walk around Serangoon, Jusing, Breda, Chai Chi, Marine Parade, 66% of the chance you will come across a foreigner. At the national level, foreigners make up 30% of the total population. By year 2030, it was projected almost half of the population will be foreigner. Many people who live in crowded cities like London, New York, and Shanghai has made their personal choice to do so. But Singaporean has not chosen to live in a crowded Singapore. PAP has decided for you. Let me be clear, the Workers' Party is not anti-foreigner, and I believe Singaporeans are not either. Foreigners should not be blamed and faulted for government poor planning and lack of foresight. Singaporeans are just uneasy about the job security and the community integration arising from our population policy. After Singaporeans voiced their objection to the government of 6.9 million, the government came out to explain, no panic, no worries. 6.9 million is only a planning parameter. It is not a target, and it will only happen under the worst case scenario. If you give them the absolute power in this election, I tell you, 6.9 million may well become a reality.
10 million!
The PAP need to consult the people more, and the most direct way of doing this is to vote more WP MPs into the parliament. When the PAP see more WP MPs in the parliament, trust me, they will pay more attention, and many of them will turn up for parliamentary sittings. Our Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Good policies are the result of the people working with the PAP. No need for intermediaries or co-driver," unquote. Friends, our Prime Minister is still saying, you should work with them instead of them working with you. Their arrogance is still very apparent, and clearly they are still understanding issue from top down rather than bottom up. Henceforth, intermediary and co-driver are still needed in the parliament. The Workers' Party believe in growing the Singaporean core. First, we say we want to improve the birth rate. We call for more childcare centre to be near the workplace, not only in the mainland, rather heartland, apologies. We need to provide more support to parents through a life balance, child support tax credit, and not penalizing single parents. We would like to have a less stressful education system so as to encourage more working mothers or women to give birth. More details is covered in our manifesto. The Workers' Party has also called for student care centre to be set up in all primary schools to look after student aftercare service for working parents. Now, student care centre is only available at certain primary schools. This will address working parents' lack of family support at home, and this will help them in planning for more children. We hope so. The Workers' Party has also called for the kindergarten fee assistance scheme to be extended to all kindergartens. Now, only half of all registered kindergartens are under this scheme. Truly, we believe a lower cost of education will help couples to plan for more babies. We need to seriously consider the viability of implementing these measures in Singapore, and the government must take the lead. Last but not least, let us look at our community integration. The People Association, PA, is linked to PAP, and they only share resources with PAP MPs and PAP grassroots advisor. WPMP have no access. Is this healthy for national unity? Instead of nurturing an inclusive Singaporean core, it divides citizens by allowing them politicking to go deep into the grassroots. This is not good. Our population situation shows that we need more co-drivers in the parliament. If Singaporeans do not react in unison to the white paper, 6.9 million may well be a foregone conclusion. Fellow Singaporeans, you need to think carefully before casting your vote. This election is about the fate of Singapore democracy. This election is about your voice, your choice, and this election is about Workers' Party determination to work for a generation and for you. Thank you. You can have a say. You all can have a say in shaping the future of Singapore. You can all have a say in telling the government how Singapore should be run. And you will have the say come September 11. The future of Singapore is yours to decide. Not anyone, not even the PAP. The power to decide is in your hand. Come September 11, vote Workers' Party, empower your future!
Next up is also a candidate from Marine Parade GRC. 下一位演讲者也是马林百列区的候选人陈立正 ，Terence Tan 立正。
To my fellow Singaporeans who are Malay, selamat malam, apa khabar? Maaf, saya tak boleh cakap bahasa Melayu. Saya harus latihan. But Cheryl and Firoz have promised me that they will teach me. 大家晚上好。Voters of Marine Parade and voters of MacPherson SMC, my fellow Singaporeans, a very good evening to all of you. My name is Terence Tan. 我叫陈立正。 I would like to thank all of you for coming all of the way here to Ubi to join us tonight. 非常感谢你们. Together with my teammates, Yi Zhenjiang, Dylan Ng, Firoz Khan, and Herting Ru, I am one of the 5 Workers' Party candidates contesting in Marine Parade GRC. I'm happy to be standing for election in Marine Parade because I live in Kemangan Chai Chi. Like Zhenjiang and Firoz, I'm also a Marine Parader. It has been a genuine pleasure to meet Singaporeans living in Marine Parade. You have all given the Workers' Party such a warm welcome and given us so much encouragement, support, concern, and advice. I know that many of you want positive, constructive, responsible, and rational change for this island that we all care for and we all call home. To no one's surprise, the PAP in this general election, instead of properly explaining the rationale for their existing policies or the policies that they wish to implement going forward, continue in the usual ways and spin the same stories that they have always spun at every general election. The PAP seem to believe that if they say things, the same things, again, and again, that Singaporeans will believe much of what they say about the Workers' Party must be true.
We are not dumb anymore.
The PAP tell you that only the PAP are fit to be in Parliament. They tell you that the loss of even one seat to the Workers' Party will be fatal to Singapore. The PAP seem to be saying that only they and no one else deserve to be in Parliament. The PAP say that if all of their handpicked natural aristocrats are not elected, then the very future of Singapore will also be at stake. The PAP have seemingly threatened that if you do not vote for them, that they will not honor their election promises or give out the goodies, paid for, mind you, by the taxes collected from you and from public funds, that the PAP has promised you in the election brochures. My friends, do you agree with the PAP's election strategy?
No!
Do you agree with the manner by which they treat you? Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, the Secretary General of the PAP, suggests that only his PAP candidates possess the correct character, integrity, commitment to be in Parliament. Mr. Lee Hsien Loong suggests that our country will go to the dogs if any of the Workers' Party candidates, who he obviously does not endorse, he obviously doesn't think we have any character, any integrity, or any commitment. He says we shouldn't be elected into Parliament.
But you be kidding!
Mr. Lee Hsien Loong has said that only the PAP can manage Singapore. Only the PAP knows the best way forward for Singapore. We'll leave it to the people to decide. Do you guys think that the Workers' Party should stand down? Should we leave Parliament and public policies entirely to the PAP? The PAP may have performed well in the past, but as some investors say, past performance is no guarantee of future performance. On the 11th of September, do you believe that if you give your vote to the Workers' Party and we have a stronger presence in Parliament, that our country's trains, roads, electricity, water supply, businesses, schools will suddenly rose up?
No!
Everything not going to work, Do you think that 143,000 hard-working Singaporeans that work in our civil service and our statutory boards are suddenly going to go AWOL? Will Singapore fall? Are we going to sink? Look, the Workers' Party cannot guarantee you after the 11th of September that the trains are going to perform without fault. We promise you, however, we're going to try and work constructively with the PAP to suggest solutions, not just to that problem, but to try and assist and suggest to the PAP how we can resolve a whole number of pressing issues. We only have a few more days until all of us put our votes in the ballot box. This general election or any other general election should not be about dividing Singaporeans. It should not be about the playing of nasty politics. This general election should not be about trying to paint Singaporeans who might not fully support the PAP or pledge their undying loyalty to the PAP as being disloyal to our country. As our chairman, Sylvia Lim, said, the Workers' Party and supporters of the Workers' Party and people who might give the Workers' Party your vote in this general election are at least as loyal to our country as the PAP and PAP supporters. The Workers' Party is Singapore's loyal opposition. This general election should have been about political parties persuading right-thinking, sensible, rational, reasonable, and very hard-working Singaporeans of what is the best way forward for our country. This general election should have been about engaging on important matters instead of making wild, smearing, fear-mongering, and threatening sort of gestures in a campaign, which is what the PAP always indulges in. Maybe it says something about what the PAP thinks of Singaporeans. Maybe it says something about the very DNA of the PAP. The Workers' Party believes that the best way forward for Singapore and for Singaporeans is to have a more balanced and representative parliament, where parties engage constructively and respectfully on pressing concerns and discuss the issues we should be really concerned about in the very best interests of Singaporeans and Singapore. My friends, your vote is crucial. Your vote is also an opportunity to remind the PAP that you don't agree with all the policies that they have said are good for you.
You are right! You are making it!
Do you agree with the 6.9 million planning parameter?
No!
Do you agree with sudden hikes to the minimum sum? You know, if you vote for the PAP, they will take that as your strong mandate. They will say that you approve of all of their policies. I'm going to leave it to you as to whether you want to encourage them.
35 years already, sir, not now.
My fellow Singaporeans, I think it is time that we all ignore gutter and petty politics. I think it's time that you should consider with your vote how we can progress democracy, fairness, justice, equality, and progress for our nation. I think it is time for all of you to have a say in how Singapore progresses. Do you want to continue to put all of your eggs in the PAP's basket? Would you like some debate in Parliament on PAP policies? In business, right, they say that competition is good. Would you like to see more political competition in Parliament? I think it would be good because it keeps the PAP on their toes. Otherwise, you can give the PAP the completely blank check that it wants. Okay, this is where I'm going to try and make some election promises. If you give us your vote, we will work tirelessly to engage the PAP on behalf of all of your interests and concerns in Parliament. We will represent your best interests on both local and national issues without fear and without favor. We will try and reasonably and rationally engage with the PAP. We want to ensure equality of opportunity for Singaporeans, not just for education, but for jobs and everything else. We want to ensure good and well-paying job opportunities. We want to look at ways to ensure that your salaries keep up with the rising cost of living. We want to try and see that older Singaporeans have more to look forward to than to clean tables and toilets or to exercise with cardboard. To ensure equality of access to education and skills upgrading opportunities, we want to engage the PAP on these issues. We want to discuss public transport, healthcare, childcare infrastructure. We want to continually remind the government that more effort must be taken to ensure public housing is truly affordable. That the interests, rice bowl, and nest eggs of Singaporeans should never be compromised for short-term economic gain or any other reason. The Workers' Party will strive to improve the lives of all of our fellow Singaporeans. We will never forget why we have all chosen to stand for public office. We will serve all of you humbly. On September 11th, I trust all Singaporeans. I trust all hardworking, sensible Singaporeans are going to choose wisely and shrewdly. Voters of Marine Parade and MacPherson, my fellow Singaporeans, undilah Parti Pekerja, 支持工人党. Please vote for the Workers' Party. Empower your future. Thank you.
Thank also a candidate from Marine Parade GRC. 下一位演讲者也是马林百列集选区的候选人何婷如。
Dear voters of Marine Parade GRC, MacPherson SMC, fellow Singaporeans, good evening, selamat malam, vanakkam, wanshahao. My name is He Ting-ru, and together with Yi Zhenjong, Firoz Khan, Terence Tan, and Dylan Ng, we are the Workers' Party team for Marine Parade GRC. Here to Ubi on a Monday night. We are approaching the last few days of our campaign. It has been a journey for us, and I would like to say a big thank you to all of you for your kind words, for your smiles, and for the honest feedback that you have given us. I would also like to thank the supporters and volunteers who have come out to work with us, support us, and listen to us. You have shown that together we are stronger than the sum of our parts. You are part of Team WP, and for that, let's have a loud round of applause for Team WP. Tonight is your night, and I would like to talk to you about a stable Singapore for all of us. The PAP often warns us that we need stability. They tell us that we must vote for them for stability. They seem to think that if we have more voices in Parliament speaking up for Singaporeans, we will become politically unstable. To them, it does not matter if the diverse voices are respectable, rational, and responsible. It is either their way, their own voices, or the highway. My fellow Singaporeans, what do you think? Is this correct? No! Let me tell you what I think. I think it is absolutely correct that Singapore must be stable. But I disagree that the PAP and the PAP alone will provide us with stability for our future. I disagree that political stability means having one-party rule. Let me ask you this. Is it stable to have a government with almost total dominance in Parliament tell us that they lead, we follow? No! Is it stable to put all the power into the hands of a few and hope that they will do what is best for us? No! Is it stable to be led by an exclusive group that tells us that they are perfectly capable of checking themselves? No! Exactly! No! Let me tell you what instability is. Instability is putting all of our faith in one small group of people to have all the answers with no external checks to ensure that they do the right thing for Singapore and Singaporeans. Instability is letting a government self-check our beloved Singapore into a country where we have sick people sleeping in tents and hospital corridors. They have self-checked Singapore into a place where our healthcare staff are overworked, trying to cope with the lack of manpower. Our natural aristocrats failed to plan for enough hospital beds and resources to cater for the huge population increase. A huge population increase that they themselves have allowed.
I know the pain caused by this is real. My 97-year-old grandmother suffered from pneumonia last year, and she had to wait for almost 24 hours in the A&E before a bed was available for her. Instability is having a national grassroots organization funded by you, the taxpayer, treat the voices of you, the people, with such utter contempt that they sideline and ignore your elected MP. I know the problems caused by this is real. Our WP MPs found themselves shut out from various community events. They were hampered in their efforts to work with their residents to build a better community for all. Geographical instability is having voters in Serangoon Central wake up one morning to find that the ground has suddenly moved and that Braddell Heights SMC is part of Marine Parade GRC. Never mind that the sea is miles away. I know that anger caused by this is real. So many residents in Serangoon Central have come up to me to tell me that they were upset when Braddell Heights SMC was absorbed by Marine Parade GRC after the PAP won the SMC by a narrow margin. So, what then is a stable Singapore? Our chairman, Sylvia Lim, last night spoke about a stable future for Singapore, and I cannot agree more with what she has said. I want to add that we, the Workers' Party, see a stable Singapore where we have better balance in Parliament, where we abolish GRCs, which dilute your voices, and have each candidate stand for themselves on their own. This would force the government of the day to stop diluting your voices, to listen more to us, the people, to shape policies that will take us forwards, not backwards. We see a stable Singapore where we have a strong, neutral civil service. This will serve as an additional pillar in a stable government framework. We see a stable Singapore where we have a unifying People's Association that is not politicized. A grassroots with true community leaders who work together from the ground up with their friends to create a better life for their neighbors. This will make our people the co-owners of our own towns and communities. We see a stable Singapore where residents of Siglap do not wake up one day to find that their beloved Juchat SMC has been swallowed up by Marine Parade GRC, and to see that MacPherson SMC has been kicked out once more. We see a stable Singapore where we have a strong opposition empowered to work together despite any differences to move forward together with fellow Singaporeans. A stable Singapore where first and foremost our aim is to leave no man behind. A stable Singapore where we do not sprint madly on our own ahead towards the finish point. A stable Singapore where those in front always look behind to see with their own eyes how the rest of our teammates are doing. Some people tell us that we must choose between stability and excitement. Do you agree? No. Must Singaporeans make that choice not to get excited about our own country? How can this be? Singapore may be young. Singapore may still be a work in progress, but I believe that there is much to be excited about as we shape the political direction and future of our country. I say, we choose to get excited over working together as one people, one nation, one stable Singapore. GRC. Come 11 September, let us empower ourselves. Let us take that big step towards a more stable Singapore. Let us have more rational, responsible and respectable voices in Parliament and turn Marine Parade and MacPherson a bright, solid shade of blue.
来自新加坡各地的工人党支持者，每个爱国的新加坡人，大家晚上好。3天前，在一宣的群众大会结束后，我觉得1点2就去了这个卢切的德明小贩中心去吃藕烂了。哇，原来这个马林百列的藕烂也很好吃哎。可以跟凤山的有一点拜了，有点比了。在那个小贩中心里，我碰到一个人，这个人说他懂中医，他看到我穿着这个工人党的制服，他就跟我说，在中医里，单单有数字 quality 数字是不够的，除了有质，还要有量。quantity， 一个人不可以只说吃1、2次那个中药，就问为什么那个药还没有什么效果呢？药一定要吃得够才有效。这是什么意思呢 ？OK， 他说这是他跟我说的。他说新加坡国会里这么久。很久只有2个国会反对党的国会议员，在2011年，我们就有了6位反对党国会反对党议员，在板儿东补选过后，我们就有了7位。我们可以看得到，从2011年之后，我们看到政府的政策有了改善。我们要继续给行动党服药。7个反对党够吗？对，不够。28个。所以，我们一定要把更多的工人党候选人派进国会里，这么我们才会看到这个政治有更多的改善。9月11号，请投工人党1票。把握未来。Good evening, dear voters of Marine Parade GRC, dear fellow Singaporeans. 2 days ago, an elder statesman said that voters can have their cake and eat it too. He said that the NCMP scheme is actually enough for opposition to be in Parliament. He said that you can vote the PAP and still have NCMP to be voices in Parliament. Do you know what the PAP wants? The PAP wants another blank check. They want to move Singapore back to the dark days of politics when they can do anything that they want and there's nobody there to check them. They do not want to be able to have to listen to you. Voters of Singapore, you have the power to stop them, and you must stop them. ships, he likened the PAP and opposition to cruise ships. He said that the PAP ship has a clear destination. Yes, it is a clear destination to a population of 6.9 million. The PAP ship is sailing there, even though Singaporeans have told them very clearly that they have rejected this destination. It is sailing away with a Swiss standard of living for selected elites, but a Swiss cost of living for all of us. This year, the Economist Intelligence Unit has listed Singapore as the world's most expensive city to live in for the second year running, 2 years in a row. Now, I'm not sure what type of cruise ship we are in when our elderly needs to collect cardboards, not for exercise, but to make a living.
Exercise!
He also said that the opposition is like a ship on a journey to nowhere. They are like casino ships. No, but hey, wait. Who put the casinos in Singapore? Did the Workers' Party put it in? No. The Workers' Party had rejected casinos when it was debated in Parliament. I'm sorry, ESM is mistaken. Casinos are on the PAP ship on the destination to 6.9 million. The Workers' Party ship is on a journey towards a dynamic population for a sustainable Singapore. Yes, a dynamic population for a sustainable Singapore is what we would like to see for our children. When one looks at the government's argument in its population white paper, you get a sense that Singapore is a very big factory. We need 2 to 5% economic growth yearly. Our workforce will shrink. And in order to achieve the economic targets, the population white paper worked out the 1 to 2% increase in our workforce yearly. And based on that, Singapore will receive large number of immigrants. It will bring our population to 6.9 million by 2030. It could bring the percentage of citizens in our populations to just 55% or maybe lower. In just 15 years from now, almost half of anyone in Singapore will not be a Singaporean. It is hardly a sustainable Singapore. And after 2030, what's next? What will this government continue to do in order to have that desired economic target?
10 million!
Fellow Singaporeans, we are not just Singapore Inc. If you are a business that looks coldly at hard economic numbers at the bottom line, then what the PAP is doing may sound logical. But however, we are not a business. We are a country, a nation. We can coldly grow the economy, but it will lead to cracks in society. It will lead to a crowded, expensive, and divided Singapore. It will lead to a Singapore with high income inequality and where people do not feel they belong to. As difficult as it may be, we need to invest in Singaporean workers and in our local enterprises. We need to empower ourselves to be sustainable in the long run. In our businesses, we need to develop confident Singaporeans and dynamic Singapore companies that are able to compete based on innovation with the world. I've spoken on this topic in Parliament on several occasions, and we have also outlined proposals in our manifesto as well. We need to empower our future. Both Workers' Party candidates and I into Parliament, and we will continue to push for a dynamic population, for a sustainable Singapore. As all of you know by now, I contested GE2015 SMC in 2011, lost by 300 over votes.
Don't worry, this time you'll make it!
Thank you. I did my best. over the past few years, mostly in publicly accessible areas. On 24th July, just 6 weeks ago, I found that the playing field that I was playing in had suddenly grown 5 times in size. I had to take the ball, put it at one far end of the field, and start to run towards the goalpost again. But I'm thankful that over the past few weeks, we have received many support. Several condominiums have allowed us in to meet with residents. Now I'm sorry if we are not able to visit some condominiums because permission has been refused. I visited several condominiums in the now defunct GE2015 SMC. I met again with people that I met 4 years ago in 2011. Now some of them told me that they're very happy that I did not go away, but they expressed concern whether this matter is now too difficult because this GRC is too big and it is a PAP stronghold. My response is, yes, my opponent may wish that I go away, but hey, I'm still back. In Hokkien, they call it "pa si bie zao." But I'm very happy that I'm back, not alone. I'm back with a dedicated team of 4 others who are professionally competent, but most important, I know that they are passionate about serving the people. We are here because we want to offer a committed alternative to you, the voters of Marine Parade GRC. In the course of our visits to many parts of the GRC, I found that the Workers' Party had actually contested actively in many of these areas in the past, and some very recently. The Workers' Party had contested in areas such as Juchet, Kemangan, Chai Chi, Ubi, Eunos. Boundaries were shifted at every general election with very short notice between the EBRC report and nomination day. Marine Parade GRC had constant change of boundaries. Now residents in Serangoon Central can claim to have sea view property because they are in Marine Parade. I think it's time. It is time for the Workers' Party to offer ourselves to residents of Marine Parade to serve you. Now people have asked how we will manage this GRC if you are elected. First, the GRC will be directly managed. The Town Council will be directly managed. We already have 7 WP MPs and many staff who have Town Council operating experience. This will provide us considerable expertise to tap on advice on how to establish operations quickly. A key priority will be to ensure that there will continue to be proper maintenance and cleanliness of the estate. We will also want to focus on hardware, as in H-E-A-R-T, hard. As in how we, Workers' Party, has managed our unit, we will move in quickly to establish our grassroots operations. There will be regular activities amongst residents to create bonding and to build community spirit. We will also work with various voluntary welfare organizations and government institutions to ensure that essential help will continue to be given to vulnerable sections of the community that needs it. I've been in Workers' Party for nearly 5 years. I can say with conviction about something that I've observed firsthand. Given access to fewer resources, our MPs and volunteers work a lot harder. There's a greater human touch, something that was coincidentally reported in today's newspaper about how Aljunied has changed. There is a bigger human touch in Aljunied than before. I dare say this for my team members too, because I have worked with them, and I know that they are hands-on people. They have all joined the Workers' Party, first as a volunteer, working hard on the ground, on all sorts of activities such as helping the Meet the People sessions, in grassroots activities, and in policy work. They step up to our call to be candidates in this general election. They are qualified professionally, but we did not pick them because they are qualified. We saw how hard they have worked quietly and diligently for a long time, and hence we want them to be your representative in Parliament, your representatives to see to your needs. At this juncture, I'd like to say a very big thank you to also the many volunteers, and they're out there in the field. Who have worked diligently into the wee hours every morning just to get our campaign here going. It's very difficult, I can tell you. In just a matter of a few weeks, we had to put together a campaign for a very big GRC after the EBRC report was out. But I'm very proud of my volunteers. Thank you. Let me introduce the team of candidates again. We have Terence Tan, lawyer and entrepreneur. Head of legal department in a public listed company. Feroz Khan, entrepreneur, the chocolate man and a social activist. Dylan Choi, head of wealth management in a foreign bank. Thank you. Very heavy.
Heavy, yeah.
Okay. Next up is our candidate for MacPherson SMC. MacPherson SMC. The next 下一位演讲者是我们麦坡森单选区的候选人，家家都欢喜的陈家喜等等。
列集选区的居民，大家晚上好。我是陈嘉喜，工人党麦波森区候选人。谢谢大家今晚来到无比支持我们工人党。MacPherson区的朋友好无？啊，就你十楼厝的朋友有来无？2天前，我到麦波森89巴沙与熟食中心拜访。我碰到一名女士，她质疑我的学历和办事的能力。首先，我想对她说，谢谢她对我这么有兴趣。我也想对她说，我已准备好为她和其他的麦波森居民服务。我用了9年的时间，准备好这9天的选战。碰巧的是，刚好在同一天，我碰到一位住在麦波森的大姐大，她用福建话鼓励我，她这么说：“少年呢？山上一支骨啦，功夫看袂出啦，功夫看袂出啦。”我在上一个群众大会的演说中提到了，我要是当选，会尽力做的首3件事。第一，把议员接任选民处在最短的时间搞起来。第二，确保低收入的家庭和年长者现在享有的援助不会中断。第三，好好规划麦波森区的文化财产。要做到这3件事，我会一同与麦波森区内的基层领袖合作，携手把麦波森做得更好。工人党的2015年政纲主题是掌握民权，把握未来。今晚，让我们谈谈把握麦波森区的未来。其实，在工人党2015年的政纲，不难会发现到许多适合于麦波森区未来的建议。这里，让我跟大家一起分享其中3点。第一点，我们知道很多住在这一区的店主年纪大了，过几年也不太容易继续做生意。表面上我们设备齐全，可是几年后呢？工人党建议在每2个小社区里就找做足，在楼下建最少1间便利店和咖啡店。这对牙龙东、牙龙中、巴耶里巴道的居民来说就会很方便。还有循环路一带，店屋的租金日趋上涨，邻里店屋的租金应该比一般市价低，这样更能鼓励年轻人到区内来创业。如此一来，这不只会让居民的选择多元化，也可以刺激整个邻里的更新。第2点，家庭医生配对计划。工人党建议各居民家庭中的年长者都和附近诊所的医生配对，成为医务上的强力后盾。麦波森年长者不少，意义甚大。计划如果能落实，就能够加强和其他医疗机构的协调，就可以更好地照顾老人家的健康。第3点，方便步行的小城镇。年轻力壮的小伙子要从麦波森一端走到另一端不难，但是我们更要照顾到年长者日常走动的需要。 麦波森区内车辆行驶速度要更好的监控起来，路人才安全。住在 BP Road、Circuit Road、Alam Road 一带的居民应该会感受到陆路交通对行人安全的直接影响，因此行人过路的绿灯时间上也要有所调整。有些时候交通灯太快了，老人家过马路心脏哔噗哔噗的跳，这不好啦。这件事对麦波森这样一个老人居多的住宅区来说是一个极其重要的问题。上个星期在接受8频道受访时，我直接反映社区里最急迫需要改善的地方是阿公阿嬷需要的是一间储蓄银行，以方便他们更有效地处理财务上的所需。麦波森区内没有储蓄银行，对于年长者来说非常不方便。我们必须着手办理并解决这个问题。各位麦波森区的居民，我的理想麦波森是一个居民向往温馨的家园，一个居民踊跃参与一同创造的社区。麦波森的居民，如果你深信明日的麦波森会比今日更美好更突出，请投工人党一票。如果你深信麦波森能再展昔日的风貌，请投工人党一票。如果你深信麦波森能够好好展露区内的文化财产，请投工人党一票。如果你深信我已准备就绪，在9月11日，请把你手中那神圣的一票给我陈嘉喜，让我成为你在国会里的代议士。所以，请投工人党一票，掌握民权，把握未来。Please allow me to speak in English. Friends, residents of MacPherson SMC and Marine Parade GRC, good evening! My name is Chen Jiaxi Bernard, and I'm the Workers' Party candidate for MacPherson SMC. Thank you for coming tonight to support the Workers' Party. 2 days ago, while I was meeting residents at the MacPherson Market and Food Centre, I encountered a lady who questioned me on my educational qualification and my abilities to manage the affairs of residents. First, I would like to thank her for her interest in me, but I would also like to assure her that I have spent the last 9 years preparing for this 9 days campaign. I am ready to represent MacPherson in Parliament, but I have no one to depend on but you, voters of MacPherson. At my last rally, I laid out my first 3 priorities, and I will do my best to push for it if I'm elected. They are, number 1, to set up my Meet the People session in the shortest possible time. Number 2, to assure needy residents and the elderly that there will be little disruption to the assistance that they are presently receiving from voluntary welfare organizations. And lastly, to document and preserve the heritage and history of MacPherson. So, tonight, let's talk about empowering your future and the future of MacPherson. First, empowering the future of MacPherson. In fact, if you take a look at the Workers' Party manifesto titled Empower Your Future, you will find a lot of ideas that can be applied to MacPherson. I would like to share 3 of them tonight. The first proposal. The Workers' Party proposes to allocate a portion of void deck space for at least a convenience shop and a coffee shop for every 2 precincts. Many resident shopkeepers are rapidly aging, and they are unable to continue to carry on with their businesses. So, while it appears that there are sufficient amenities to cater to the needs of the residents, we must realize that it may not be the case in another few years' time. So, if implemented, this will benefit residents in Geylang East, Geylang Central, Paya Lebar Way. At the same time, rental rates for shop houses along Circuit Road should be set and capped as a percentage of market rent to ensure stability of cost for budding and young entrepreneurs. Not only will this increase the diversity of options, but it will also encourage the revitalization and renewal of the entire neighborhood. The second proposal, Family Doctor Pairing Scheme. WP proposes that all resident family, including elderly residents in MacPherson, be paired with a GP that is near their home. This will facilitate and improve the coordination with other care providers in providing timely assistance to the elderly in need. The third proposal, walkable HDB towns. It is possible for a young man like me to walk from one end of MacPherson to the other. But what about the elderly? To enhance the walkability of MacPherson for elderly residents, vehicle speed limits should be further reduced in areas where pedestrian traffic is heavy. This would be very appropriate for residents staying in the Pipit Road, Circuit Road and Balam Road area. At the same time, the duration of countdown timers at traffic junction should be better adjusted to facilitate the safe crossing for elderlies. For an estate with many elderly residents, this is no small matter. I will try my very best to improve the lives of MacPherson residents. Now, let's talk about empowering the future of MacPherson on a national level. Across our nation, we are facing an aging population. The PAP chooses to see this as a liability. We, in the Workers' Party, see this as an opportunity. An opportunity to give our seniors dignity in retirement by lowering the eligibility age for CPF payouts. An opportunity to tap on the experience of our senior citizens and revitalize our economy. An opportunity for young Singaporeans to ensure elderly Singaporeans are able to enjoy their golden years. I hope my younger friends here will agree with me that we need more Workers' Party MPs. We need more voices to speak up for the elderly, for our parents and our grandparents in Parliament. Why, you may ask? Because their livelihood is our nation's economic security, because their good health is our peace of mind, and because their experiences are our guiding principles. This is why we need a change in perspectives in the future of MacPherson, a change in our attitudes towards an aging population, and a change in the way MacPherson residents are represented in Parliament. Residents of MacPherson, the choice is clear. If you want change for the first time since 1968, vote for the Workers' Party to represent you in Parliament. If you believe that MacPherson can once again see the continuous and organic growth of the community spirit, vote for the Workers' Party. If you believe that the heritage and history of MacPherson is important and should be preserved, vote for the Workers' Party. If you believe in my vision of co-owning and co-creating MacPherson for generations to come, vote for the Workers' Party. If you believe that I am the best person for the job and that I have, over the course of the last 7 days, earned your trust to serve you in Parliament, please, on September 11th, vote for me and send me into Parliament.
once again for Brother Chen Jiaxi. Next up is the Secretary General of the Workers' Party. 接下来是我们工人党的秘书长刘成祥先生 ，Mr. Lau Jiaxiang。
Workers of Marine Parade GRC, MacPherson SMC, and fellow Singaporeans. Every year, we recite the national pledge on National Day together as a nation. At our Golden Jubilee celebration, we again pledge to build a democratic society together. The national pledge is a reminder to all of us. If we have a democratic society as the foundation, we will be able to achieve happiness, prosperity, and progress for our nation. But what is a democratic society? Is it not just about having elections and fulfilling your duty to vote? Is it about having a state in this country and exercise your rights as a stakeholder? As a stakeholder, we must ensure that Parliament represents the diversity of Singapore with credible opposition members and a government that is responsive to the people. Only then will Singapore move in a direction that is consistent with the beliefs and hopes of the people. Today, we have a political system that is skewed, a parliament that is imbalanced. While the PAP obtained only 60% of the total vote share in 2011, they had more than 90% of elected members in parliament. This is worrying and unhealthy for Singapore. Even reputable international analyst reports, such as Economic Intelligence Unit, when reporting in Singapore, stated that, I quote, "In the long term, the mismatch between the PAP's continued parliamentary dominance and its declining popular support is politically unsustainable. Every voting system has its flaws and idiosyncrasies, but one in which the 40% of the population who voted for opposition parties are represented by just 7 legislators will lead to increasing public demands for electoral reform." Unquote. Lack of representation will only make Singaporeans increasingly frustrated and suppressed. It is a time bomb that is waiting to explode. We must not wait till then. We must take action now to ensure that Singapore will be able to transform itself in a progressive and steady manner. The Workers' Party will represent you in a manner befitting of a rational, responsible, and respectable political party. We believe that Parliament is not a place for MPs to roar at one another. It is a platform for dignified and civilized discussions. The ruling government should set an example of welcoming questions and open discussions in Parliament instead of using a legitimate question asked in Parliament to launch an attack against the opposition members who raise it so as to intimidate them. It is a fallacy to say that the PAP can check themselves. PAP can give different views, but they cannot take action by voting against the PAP in Parliament. If they do,
the PAP leaders will whip them into line, and it will be just all wrong but not by. And they may not be fielded again in the next election. PAP seems to understand the importance of checks and balance. As former Prime Minister Mr. Goh Chok Tong himself said in Parliament on 4th of October 1990, I quote, "While honest men are still in charge, it is prudent for us to institute a system of checks and balance in our political system, instead of banking on good fortune to throw up good government for the next 30 years. Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong may have forgotten what his predecessor had said on checks and balance. But we know that what was said 25 years ago is very real for us today. We cannot allow Singapore to fall into a situation where our survival depends only on the PAP or just on any one party. We must not allow the Parliament to continue with a one-party rule, knowing that it will weaken and destabilize our country in future. Do not allow yourself to be at mercy of the government. This is our country, and we must take ownership. Because Singapore belongs to the people, regardless of race, language, religion, and ideals. Vote Workers' Party. Empower your future.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. You'll be speaking again later. Next up is our candidate from alternate GRC. 接下来是阿育尼集选区的候选人 Pritam Singh。
Dear voters of Marine Parade GRC, MacPherson SMC, and fellow Singaporeans, good evening. Wanshan hao. Selamat datang. Wanakkam. The journey towards the First World Parliament and the Workers' Party desire to empower your future are closely related. The connection is Parliament. Parliament makes laws, and in our Singapore system, even the Court of Appeal is guided in their decisions by the intent of Parliament. What is a bill? A bill is the draft of a law that is presented to Parliament for debate. Since 2011, we have seen the government launch a conversation with the people. The PAP called it our Singapore conversation. But our issues after 50 years of one-party dominance will not be resolved by such ad hoc conversations. We are a small country, and our only natural resource are you, our people. And the issues and problems we face today are structural and a function of 50 years of the one-party dominant state. We need to strengthen our national institutions, some of which are uniquely placed to play a non-partisan role for the good of all Singaporeans, regardless of political party. Parliament and parliamentary select committees are one such institution that can permanently connect the people and their aspirations, more so than ad hoc conversations ever can. My colleague and the candidate for East Coast GRC, Mr. Leon Pereira, spoke about parliamentary select committees with you yesterday, and I shall pick up this point in greater detail in my speech today. In our manifesto, under the chapter on democracy, the Workers' Party has proposed that the powers of Parliament be enhanced. to strengthen oversight on the government, especially on the scrutiny of bills, checks on public expenditure, and public education on parliamentary work. Now, bills are read 3 times before they become law. The first reading involves the MP or government minister presenting the bill. The second reading is a parliamentary debate on the bill. And the third reading sends the bill to a committee of parliament to scrutinize specific clauses, for example, to take into account the views and specific inputs and concerns of MPs. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time we had a bill taken to a select committee for the third reading in Parliament was a shocking 11 years ago. Why is this so important to you? It is important because we are all subject to the laws passed by Parliament, and being an MP is about contributing to the debate and discussion on these laws. During the last session of Parliament on the 17th and 18th of August last month, the PAP presented 8 bills to be passed into law. Quite a large number for one session of Parliament. 8 new laws for our country. 1 out of the 8 concerned human biomedical research. And just by chance, a few days later, on the 22nd of August, The Economist magazine's lead article covered the subject of biomedical research with the title Editing Humanity. The article talked about a new technology called CRISPR that would make it possible for doctors to, for example, put the right cancer-hunting genes in our bodies. But the same technology can also be used to make to-order babies, where you can choose the color of your baby's eye and even the gender of your baby. More importantly, the article observed that society must bear the burden when it is right or wrong to move into a certain direction on biomedical research. And that, most importantly, a lot of debate is necessary because of the implications of these research advances. Back in Singapore, on the surface of things, the principle behind our biomedical research bill was not controversial. The bill simply sought to regulate biomedical research. But some of the research it covers involves work such as introducing human cells into an animal before it's born, and even introducing human cells into the brain of an animal. As you can tell, this research can potentially be quite controversial. Even the PAP minister who participated in the debate on the bill admitted that the issues were complex and technical. As the PAP had a supermajority in Parliament, the bill was passed in spite of the Workers' Party decision to abstain in favor of voting in favor of the bill. We abstained because the bill was not sent to a select committee so that each clause could be intensively looked at, and for doctors and scientists to be called to Parliament to provide expert input. One of the clauses even provided the minister powers to exclude any biomedical research from the bill. So wide were the powers conferred to the minister. But are MPs even suitably qualified to comment and debate on such highly technical bills? And more than that, why are we rushing our laws through? Ladies and gentlemen, while we should always explore the boundaries of science, the Workers' Party is of the view that we should not as a society ignore the ethical implications of what we make into law. We must also ensure that appropriate checks and balances are in place on the type of research that is conducted in this country. Parliamentary select committees are uniquely placed to give meaning to a rational, respectable and responsible brand of lawmaking in Singapore for the next 50 years. Unfortunately, we do not use Parliament as often as we should to fully understand and debate policies, and more importantly, explore the trade-offs of policy decisions and share them with Singaporeans, as we move to empower their future. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not the only time the Workers' Party made a call for a new law to be looked into more intensely by a select committee. The Remote Gambling Bill allows Singapore pools to offer online gambling as part of its buffet of gambling options. The Workers' Party was concerned about the safeguards that would be introduced when the average Singaporean or even a child did not have to go to a Toto or 4D outlet to place a bet. And he could possibly place a bet online. Again, Parliament was a ready platform to play a scrutinizing role and to think about the implications of this. But again, the PAP government did not think so. My friends, there is a lot more scope for Parliament to function like how it does in mature economies insofar as its oversight role is concerned. How many of us even knew about the tabling of the Human Biomedical Research Bill? Not many, I imagine. Let us not forget, even though we have begun our journey to a first world parliament, we have a long way to go to empower our future. As a consequence, the PAP's brand of participatory democracy is way behind that of other advanced economies. Some of you may remember Mr. Goh Chok Tong talking about participatory democracy for Singapore 25 years ago. The sad fact is this: we have not made much progress, and we need to acknowledge this. And we have to close the gap. Select committees are not formed to prevent the government from working or jamming up the government, but to raise our own standards for governance. We should create and reinforce institutions like Parliament that serve to empower our people and understand the trade-offs that we Singaporeans must weigh in a neutral manner. Now, to end off, my friends, in 2011, when Parliament was in session after the elections, none of the mainstream media outlets picked up one crucial detail that involved our Parliament. And what was that? It was this: no opposition member of Parliament was appointed on the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, the committee that overlooks the government's budget and how it spends our taxpayer money. Opposition members were appointed to other select committees, Privileges Committee, Estimates Committee, and so forth. So why was the opposition left out of the Public Accounts Committee?
So they can wayang.
Of course, the mainstream media did not report on this. Should we be surprised? Is it the media's fault that they did not see fit to raise a matter, or this matter, for the public to know? Now, you might find this controversial, my friends, but I say it's not the media's fault. It's not their fault. Because they are also the result of a one-party dominant state that has governed us for the last 50 years. And that is why it is so important for us to empower our future by increasing the strength of the parliamentary opposition in Parliament. We must not weaken our parliamentary checks and balances. Instead, we should promote a Parliament, encourage a Parliament that is more encouraged with the common man in a rational, respectable, and responsible way. Vote for the Workers' Party. Empower your future. Thank you. Terima kasih. Andri. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next speaker is the chairman of the Workers' Party. 接下来是我们工人党的主席 Miss Sylvia Lim. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Okay, sorry, I made a mistake. The next speaker is the Secretary General of the Workers' Party, 工人党的秘书长刘长祥先生。
各位选民，各位工人党的支持者，大家好， 天，再过几天，大家就要做出选择，投选你在国会的代议士。在这个阶段，我想要和大家分享工人党诠释民主的意义，供大家思考。一个家最重要的不是你所住的房子，而是家庭的成员。一个国家最重要的不是经济多旺盛，而是家家户户人民的生活。民主并不是最完美的政治制度，但是它让人民成为国家的主人，决定国家的方向，使人民拥有归属感。因此，一个民主社会的政府应该把国家打造成一个避风港，而不是一艘在海上飘扬的游艇。工人党认为，一个国家要繁荣，能够稳定的随着世界的变化而调整改变，就得先尊重民主。过去的4年来，工人党候选人于正中都努力的在卢雀区拜访选民，他对那里的居民与环境也很熟悉。但是，就因为他在上届大选只是以388票之差就能中选，行动党就随心所欲的把卢雀区的居民变成游牧民族，划入马林百列计选区。目前的选区划分委员会是由总理委任，隶属于总理公署。因此，工人党建议应该成立一个独立的选区划分委员会。他的成员不应该有政党背景，委员会也应该直接向总统报告。具选区制度也是新加坡民主发展的一大障碍。政府利用这个制度，使新加坡的在野党难以发展，这拖慢了国家的民主进程，掠夺了人民的代表权和多元化的声音。各位，民主的根本就是人民通过所选出来的代议士，在国会里发言，以确保国家的政策和方向与人民的思想与期望一致。行动党利用自政的权利修改宪法，扭曲民主制度，使国会没有代表性，长远来说会对国家造成不利的影响。就连外国著名经济分析报道也指出，行动党在上届大选中只获得68%的支持票，却在国会占有超过98%的席位。这种不对称的国会代表性，其能持久性令人质疑。如果长期出现这种情况，甚至会可能影响投资家对新加坡的信心。投资家的担心是可以理解的，因为造成国会不平衡的这种政治制度，可能会有一天铸成新加坡突然变天，社会不稳定。为了确保人民能够行使民主的权利，工人党致力于提供人民可靠的选择，希望能突破我们政治制度的局限性，使新加坡有更平衡、多元化的议会民主制度。这些年来，虽然人民面对许多问题，但行动党政府都置之不理，反应缓慢。我们现在应该掌握民权，政府才会正视人民所面对的问题。 年来，国人的生活成本越来越高。共产党认为必须全盘检讨如何减低生活的成本，从整个经济架构的角度探讨如何控制，使主要服务不但是人民负担得起，而且要能够从容的负担得起。我们不能迷信市场经济，虽然市场经济有它的理论和道理，我们过去20-30年来的政策都以经济为施政的原则，经济挂帅，几乎所有生活基本所需的服务都市场经济化，结果人民的负担越来越重，日子越来越不好过。比如公共交通就是一个例子，公共交通私营化，以上市公司的方式和原则当成是赚钱的工具来经营，唯利是图，结果在基础设施方面投资不足，现在才大力兴建地铁线。政府因为受到人民的压力，才不得不拨款增加巴士数目，以缓和公共交通的拥挤程度和改善服务素质。现在也改变经营方式，由政府拥有巴士和巴士服务的基础设施，经营巴士服务的公司只负责营运。不过地铁还是依然由私营的公司经营，钱他拿去了赚了，结果是由人民承担。共产党认为政府应该全面检讨整个公共交通系统的经营结构，把公共交通当成是公共服务，成立由政府所拥有的国营公共交通公司，由政府直接负责管理，公司应该是非盈利机构。在未来的50年，我们可能会面对更多的挑战，我们应该发展一个有包容性和健全的政治制度，通过国会代议士参与政策的制定过程。共产党认为，一个让人民掌握民权的国家，才是一个可以抵挡风浪、继续维持繁荣的国家。9月11日，投共产党一票，把握民权，掌握民权，把握未来。
Apologize for the mistake I made earlier. So that's what we do. We make a major mistake and we face it squarely. Okay, next up. Now we really have our chairman of the Workers' Party. 接下来我们的主席林瑞莲 is here to live.
Good evening, fellow Singaporeans, and especially MacPherson voters and Marine paraders. Some of you have already decided whom to vote for, but many of you may be still trying to decide. Tonight, I want to present 5 reasons why you should vote for the Workers' Party in MacPherson and Marine Parade. First, consider the senseless electoral boundary changes that have taken place in MacPherson and Marine Parade over the years. Redhill Heights was a single-member constituency. Then, in the 1991 general election, an opposition candidate got nearly 48% of the vote. The PAP did not respect the voters of Redhill Heights. Instead, in the next elections in 1997, Marine Parade extended a long arm inland to absorb Redhill Heights. Just look at the names, Heights and Marine. Should they go together? Some time back, I came across someone at Rangoon Central, near the next shopping Minister Goh Chok Tong, this resident was optimistic that the estate would get lots of upgrading. He agreed that it was laughable to see a sign at the junction of Lorong Chuan and Serangoon Avenue 2 saying, "Welcome to Marine Parade Town." However, he told me that since he was part of Marine Parade Town, he was eagerly waiting for his covered walkway to the sea. We next come to Joo Chiat. NCMP Yee Jen Jong wanted to serve the residents of Joo Chiat. He grew up in Joo Chiat and lives in Joo Chiat. He is not a nomad. In fact, he has not moved at all. When he contested in Joo Chiat in 2011, his share of the votes was 49%. How did the PAP thank Joo Chiat voters? After one term, Charles has abandoned you to contest somewhere else. Your reward is to be part of a GRC. We are told that electoral boundary changes are due to population trends.
Bullshit.
I will leave it to you to decide. Were they due to population trends or because of voting trends? Are they taking us for fools? One final puzzle from the boundary changes. MacPherson was carved out of Marine Parade, leaving the new SMC to be defended by Tin Pei Ling, who has just given birth. Mr. Tan Chuan Jin says Pei Ling is well placed to run on her own, while he himself is in a team which includes former Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong. Boundary redrawing in Singapore is not just a joke. It is also a waste of money. When boundaries are redrawn, constituencies are often renamed. Town councils have to spend money to follow up. Signages need to be changed. Accounts need to be audited to transfer monies between town councils. Town council offices may even need to be renovated, dismantled, or built. Up to now, these expenses have been paid using town council funds, which comprise monies collected from you, the residents. Why should you residents pay for these political games of the PAP? Since the Electoral Boundaries Review Committee comes under the Prime Minister's office, I say let the PMO pay! The second reason why you should vote for the Workers' Party is that you should remember 3 bad policies implemented when Mr. Goh Chok Tong was Prime Minister from 1990 to 2004. First, voters were threatened that if they did not vote for the PAP, the government would put their estate at the back of the upgrading queue. Second, GRC sizes were increased from 3 to 4 and then to 5 and 6 seats. Today, PAP realizes that large GRCs are no good and is trying to scale back the mistake by having smaller GRCs. Third, ministerial salaries were pegged to the private sector during his time and rose sky high, with the Prime Minister himself earning more than $100,000 per month. The third reason for you to vote for Workers' Party is that even if Tan Chuan Jin is not elected, Singapore will still be able to benefit from his talents. Personally, I have no issue with Chuan Jin, especially since he is a resident of Aljunied GRC. But there is no need to worry about Chuan Jin. The PAP will still form the government after this election. So even if the Workers' Party wins Marine Parade, Chuan Jin can serve in other public capacities. There are numerous government-linked companies he could lead, and no end of top-level committees that he could sit on. Enough about them. Let's go on to my fourth and fifth reasons why you should vote for the Workers' Party. My fourth reason is that the WG team in MacPherson and Marine Parade are an excellent group. 3 of them are successful entrepreneurs, Jen Jong, Terence and Firuz. They are self-starters who have built successful businesses. Terence is also a lawyer. JJ is native to Joo Chiat. Firuz grew up in Hague Road. Terence lives in Kembangan. Dylan Ng has risen from humble beginnings to become head of wealth management and loan sales in a bank. He understands the value of hard work. Her Ting Ru is a corporate lawyer, smart yet humble, young yet mature. In MacPherson, we are fielding Chen Jiaxi Bernard. Bernard may be under 30, but his political activism started nearly 10 years ago. His family is not well off. Through sheer determination, he managed to move from polytechnic education to NUS and then got a scholarship and obtained a master's degree from Oxford University. The Workers' Party is giving you a well-balanced and dedicated team. Give them a chance to show you what they can do for you. My final reason for you to vote for Workers' Party is perhaps the most important one.
The war is right.
When you vote, please consider voting in the national interest. In 2011, the PAP won only 60% of the popular vote. Yet, they got 93% of the seats in Parliament. This means that about 33% of Singaporeans' voices are not represented in Parliament. Is this good for Singapore? No! The first-past-the-post system has its limitations, especially coupled with GRCs. But you have the power to vote for a more balanced system. So on 11 September, vote for a Singapore that respects differences. Vote for a Singapore that respects checks of power. Vote for a Singapore that you want to leave to future generations. Empower your future. Vote for the Workers' Party.
Tomorrow night's rally will be at Serangoon Stadium for alternate GRC. 今晚的群众大会已经结束，明天晚上的群众大会将会到阿育尼集选区的那个石龙岗体育馆。大家明天晚上见 ，See you tomorrow。好的，基本的好的感恩，大家有持续的离开，谢谢 ，Thank you。
That's very good for Singapore. Should be 27 August.
Wow, so that was the end of the Workers' Party 6th General Elections rally, and right behind me the crowd is actually starting to disperse. So just to reiterate what happened just now at the rally, so all 5 Marine Parade GRC candidates have spoken at the rally, and the 5 issues that, most of the issues that were talked about was CPF, the cost of living, as well as ministerial pay issues. So maybe let's just find some people to speak to. Yeah.
Where are you from? I was interviewed by last time. And then what happened? They my work.
Uncle, we are from Happy Diva. Can we interview you? Yeah. Is it your first time at a Workers' Party rally?
No, every night I've been here.
Huh?
For last 10 years.
For the last 10 years. Yeah. So are you
every night I'm here.
Are you living in one of the GRCs that is contested by Workers' Party?
Yes, Jalan Besar.
Oh, Jalan Besar. And how do you find the rally just now?
Every night is very excited. The election going closer, the hottest crowd they support Workers' Party.
And what time do you arrive here this evening?
About 7.
About 7, okay. And so what do you think about what the Workers' Party candidates have spoken about? Do you agree? Do you agree with what they are saying?
They're talking fast. When they speak, what the PAP tomorrow will answer them back. They will all sorts of stupid answer. You know?
So some of the issues they talk about are like CPF and the rising cost of living and rising medical costs. So what are your views about that?
Yeah, Parliament should be like Workers' Party. Need more person to debate with them. Otherwise, they dominate the whole Parliament without debating.
And do you think we have a very strong opposition right now in the government?
Maybe this year 2015 much stronger than 2011.
So if I ask you who you think you are voting for, do you already have an answer for that?
For me, myself?
Yes.
Of course, Workers' Party!
Great, thank you very much, thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I just want to know why the PAP must rush into the medical life. Because we were not even clear what is the outcome of the medical life. Are they going to cover the people who are sick from the first $1, or are we still using the Medisave to pay first, and then the balance, don't know how much, what level, then you have to pay.
And do you think the Workers' Party has actually addressed that today, or for the past few rallies?
They have addressed this matter, but it is not transparent to the people how the medical life really works, that is one thing. The other thing is why PAP is so unfair in a way that the GST is not being given to all Singaporeans, given on background on the yardstick of salary. Like myself, I'm a retiree now. Though I'm living in a private property, but they do not give any GST to people living in private one. Don't we pay GST? We do, aren't we? We do pay GST. So why is it being so selective and then it's so biased against people who stay in private property? If those people private property, they are not really that rich, What happens if the private property is being handed over by the parents and they are staying there, and we are retiring, we have no income? So why are we not covered even and given the GST as anybody, as a Singapore citizen? So this is one thing that, the PAP is very wrong. Really very wrong.
So what are the changes that you want to see from this general election?
I want to see that, the PAP has to look into this type of matter, medical life. If they want to put medical life as a mandatory, they should make it very transparent. Explain it very clearly. I went to CPF to ask. Nobody can tell me. And they work medical life according to, they say, okay, they pay me $400, for Pioneer. Is that $400 able to cover the medical life for me if I'm sick? Or is it for people who are very sick? You know what I mean? And are they going to pay the medical life from the first dollar you pay a lot of medication now, they are non-standard. And I went to see occupational therapist from my hand. But what happened is they say, the material they do for me, the splint for my finger, I had to pay full. It's not being covered by Pioneer, and even though I have a CST card for a civil servant, but it is not covered. Medication, not covered. Even for glucosamine, not covered, when to see the auto doctor. Why is that so? Why are good medication not covered, only give standard medication? Standard medication may not cure the patient fast enough, and they don't cover, and they make you pay. One Nextim, one Nextim tablet for the gastric is paid $4.90 a tablet. Not covered, supposed to be good. Rolls Royce of the medication for the gastric.
So when the Workers' Party and a lot of other opposition parties talk about the rising cost of medical products, do you agree with that?
Yes, of course. 能死不能病啊，你知道吗？能死不能病。
And do you think this is largely due to the PAP policies that were set up in the past?
The policy they set up in the past, yes. But if they want to change, they must make. They are now mandatory for everybody. That means everybody has to pay from the MediSave into the MediShield, and pay for. So government is not taking responsibility. The whole general public is paying for the whole medication for the people who are very sick. You know what I mean? They are paying for the very sick, the whole nation. So if I'm not sick, I don't need to touch onto my MediSave money. But because now it's mandatory, I have to pay, How much we pay, but how much we are going to pay, we don't know. It is not being transparent. There's no diagram or no map to show that, what are you entitled to, how much you have to pay, what type of illness, because, I'm from the ministry, I'm in the health group before. I know how bad some patients are, how poor they are. And then, why are we subject to pay when the government is having so much of reserve and then it's not being, put into it, for people, Why are we paying for everybody in the main,
Sure. So just one last question. The Workers' Party has always talked about them being an opposition party to put in check for the current policy. Do you agree with that?
I fully agree. There should be no one monopoly government. And why, if there is a So Singtel run alone, why are they having M1? Why are they having Sahab? Why is competition good? And they cannot say that everything they say is correct. They are not listening to us. I'm most unhappy because of the GST. GST I pay, everything I buy I pay. Why do we use the yardstick, for living in private property, not allowed to be given GST?
So are you?
They say, if your property is more than 21,000, you're not entitled. How do I know how they calculate? As I say many times, and then you should base on salary. If those people who earn certain amount of salary, they don't entitle for GST, fine. But those people who stay in 3-room flat, but they are owning a Mercedes, owning a Ferrari, and yet they are paying GST. Why is Hong Kong paying everybody, even millionaire, get the sang quality, that means it's fruit money? Why is Macau paying? Why is Singapore not paying?
Sure. So are you staying in the ward that is currently contested by the Workers' Party?
Marine Parade. Why is this Jalan Ria is under Marine Parade? I don't understand. We are under this weather. Why are we under Marine Parade? I don't understand.
So just to ask, if I ask you who do you think you'll be voting for, do you already have an answer right now? Or?
I already have an answer who I'm voting for, but I don't need to say it here.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, great.
Where are you from, by the way?
Yeah?
Where are you from?
Oh, we're from Happy TV. It's an online media channel. So
What Happy TV?
we live report all the rallies as well as we do interviews with people on the ground.
No, what
It's called Happy TV.
Happy TV?
Yeah. Yeah, we're on YouTube and go. Okay, so right now, let's try to move to another spot, but we have to get out of the media area first. Maybe let's try to get to the roads, because right now the crowd is actually dispersing towards the roads, and I think the roads are actually quite jammed up right now. I don't think we can go up. The other side. We got in school. The same roads. Let's try to catch some of what's happening right there on the roads. I'm quite a distance away, but I can actually already hear all the horns and all the cars and everything. And people chanting Workers' Party, Workers' Party. What I actually like about Workers' Party's rally is that, you know, the interviewees, they are really very enthusiastic. We didn't really have to do a lot of cajoling. They will just approach us with a lot of things to talk about. And probably this really shows that they do have a lot of grievances for the current ruling government, and they hope that these general elections will be able to make some changes in their lives. Yep. Okay, let's go. Already approaching the main roads, and you can see that the police are out in full force and preventing people from crossing the road. And behind me you can actually hear the chants of people chanting the very famous Workers' Party cheer. So today the Marine Parade GRC and the MacPherson SMC candidates have all spoken today at Ubi Avenue 1. It's a very interesting rally actually. We're now actually trying to get out of the school because the only route into the media access area was through this school, but the gate seems to be at the other side. Once you get out, then we just walk over.
这个上一定要数才能水果。
會這樣嘅。
Just take a back view of the traffic.
Yeah.
And after that you know. Put it listed.
You are crossing them. So actually you can see right now the cars are all kind of jammed up partly because this is also a one lane kind of road, and police are definitely out in full force with all the sides of the roads coned up, and you can still hear from a distance the Workers' Party with all their chants as well as the various sounds of the horns. But today I think that will be it, and well, thank you for staying with us for the 6th night, and please check out the remaining 2 nights of the different rallies on Happy TV. And this is Darius once again from Happy TV signing off. Have a good night. Thank you.